the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building them castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us, building big castles way on high. Just the two of us, you and I. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. I see the still raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining. Make the rainbows in my mind when I think you sometime. I want to spend some time with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. The two of us. You and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. we gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us. Building them castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us, building big castles way on high. Just the two of us, you and I.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Let's get it together, baby.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us. I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us.
Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us. Building them castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I.
I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building big castles way on high. Just the two of us, you and I. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. We live for love, no time for tears. When water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us, building them castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I.
Halo,
I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us, building big castles way on high. Just the two of us, you and I.
Check. Can you hear my voice? Is it clear?
Yes, I can hear your voice,
Okay.
but I cannot see you.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Let me say hello with Indonesian tradition or Indonesian greeting. Yeah, like Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom Namo Buddhaya. And or we can say the best wishes for all of you guys. Welcome to Student Colloquium 2022. Warma Dewa University in Indonesia in collaboration with UTA University Tunku Abdul Rahman in Malaysia, Friday, 18 February 2022, which carry out in online mode. The honorable audience. Now we have our Dean of Engineer Faculty, Warma Dewa University, Professor Iwayan Runa here, and Mr. Mahaputra, and also we have Mr. Abdul Muluk and Mr. Mahaputra, and all the lecturers who joined this meeting from Warma Dewa and also from UTAR. And I want to say welcome also to the all students and all viewers who watching this event live from YouTube, from Zoom meeting, and also from Instagram. And the first, let me to introduce myself. My name is Pandearta. I am a lecturer from Warma Dewa University, and I will be your host in the next 3 hours. Student Colloquium is a regular program organized by Warma Dewa University in collaboration with UTAR in Malaysia. And this is our third time. In the moment, the student will present their design results from the last semester joint studio program under the theme Co-Dwelling with the Natures. And it's really very interesting theme because the issue of the nature become very important nowadays. Therefore, the innovation is needed to keep human and the environment can live together in a harmony. So before we start the event, let's welcome Head of the Architecture Program, University of Warma Dewa, Mr. Mahaputra, to give an opening speech to this Student Colloquium 2022. For Pak Mahaputra, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Arta. It was a very formal speech, yeah. Formal opening. You make me nervous.
Don't be nervous. I will make it easy.
Good morning, everyone. So the idea of this colloquium is celebrations. Yeah, we're celebrating the hard work that we have been done for almost 4 months, and now we have reached the end of the project. Actually, the project has ended like 2 weeks ago, and now we are celebrating what we have done, and we will see how much we have been progressing in the last 4 months since the beginning of the studio. And now we will see. You should enjoy your own works, yeah, for the students, because this is I'm very glad to see that you are all progressing quite well. From the beginning, we are not really understand what is co-dwelling with nature, but in the course of time, we start learning, we start exploring the team, and we start trying to designing something that in accordance with how the nature works. And you are all proposing a very interesting project. And today, 5 students from Utah and 5 students from Warmadewa will present their work, and they will. You have to be very proud in presenting. Don't be nervous, yeah, because it's your work. This is your achievement, and some of you have been. We have been sent some of your works to a national exhibition in Yogyakarta. And some of you maybe will be included in international competitions, and therefore you again you have to be very proud with your work, and you have to celebrate it today. And today is a celebration of the 4 months of hard work that we have been done. And thank you, Pak Abdul Muluk, for attending this the student colloquium, and thank you for all the lecturers, Pak Aruna, also here to enjoy the hard work of the students. Thank you, and let us enjoy this morning and afternoon sessions. Thank you, Pak Arta.
Okay, thank you, Pak Mangdi, for opening speech, and thank you for reminding me that this event is not really seriously. Let's make it fun. Okay, and the next I will share you the information who is the candidate who will be present today. Like Pak Mandi already said, today we have 10 total students who will be present today. 5 students from Warmadewa University. They are Sultan Reza, Yuda Pramana, Ide Bagus Yoga, Dewa Putu Satria, and Yogi Prabudi. Yeah, and another student from Utah is Sofitri, Mostang, Chang Yang Li, Chen Jiswan, and Ang Wewun, and they will be present their work. Okay, and after that, we have 2 lecturers or so are invited to become a facilitator. They are Mr. Paramaputra, the lecturer from Warmadewa University, and Mr. Abdul Muluk, the lecturer from Uttar, Malaysia. And the event will be start at 9 p.m. until 12:13 in the afternoon, Indonesian time. And every student have time 10 minutes to present their work and 5 minutes to discussion session with the lecturer. And before we start the discussion and presentation session, let me inform the rules of the event. Yeah. The first, please adjust your virtual background to our virtual background that we have shared in chat box. The committee, can you help me to share the link to the chat box? Okay. The second, please keep silent and mute the microphone during the presentation and discussion session. And the third, if you have any questions, please chat on the box chat at Zoom or YouTube. The committee will collect your question and I will read it. And the last is, don't forget to fill the online attendance. Link will be shared in the chat box, because every single of you who come to our student colloquium will get the certificate in the last after this event. Okay, so let's start the presentation. Okay, let's start the presentation and discussion session. The schedule that we already shared in the social media, I will show it again. Can the committee show the poster? We have 10 students and we divided by 5 groups. The first group is, the first group is Sofitri and Sultan Reza. Next, with their design like this. Okay, yeah. And the second group is Mostang and Ide Bagus Yoga Arta. And the third group is, Cheng Yang Li and Gede Yogi. With their work, okay. Next, the fourth group is Chen Jiswan and Kade Yuda Pramana. Okay. Next, the last group or the fifth group is Ang Wewun and Ide Putu Satria Wibawa. Okay. The technical presentation is very single group have 2 students will present their work together with video presentation. After both they finish presentation, they will together have a discussion with the lectures. So let's start the discussion session. The first group is who is it? Sultan and Sofitri. Okay. Time is yours.
Hello, my name is Sultan Reza Isak Tayeb. I am from Warmadewa University. This is my project from Studio Architecture Design. Okay, so I choose a site on Jalan Gunung Merapi, Gang 7 Banjar Pemadilan, West Denpasar. So the goal is designing apartment to be facility for citizen and being example for people to know how important ecosystem and surrounding environment. And location existing on Pemuncutan Village, Denpasar, Bali, which in this location in the middle of the city in Denpasar. So and the typology building on Pemuncutan Village, which this building can survive in 2 tropical climates, the rainy season and the dry season. And the trend architecture in this area, there is a lack of natural preservation and human relation with nature. Therefore, the importance of biophilic design in this area and its surrounding in order to maintain the ecosystem in the area. So the conclusion based on the problems and the condition that exists in the Pemuncutan Village area, it can be concluded that the application of apartment is very suitable to be a slum settlement solution that will be applied to the site to accommodate the facility of Pemuncutan villager. Imagine transformation from one mass of building on the area of 1,300 meters square. The shape is made of rectangular cut shapes. Then on form 2, after the formation is done, we're playing with the elevation on the building mass. We're going some of them up, some of them down, but mostly we make it something like stairs. So from down, a little bit higher and a little bit higher again. And the form 3, in the elevation, we give some grid elements is given to the rooftop, which will be designed to function as a rooftop garden. And form 4, the distribution of floor in the building mass according to the space requirements needed on the site. And form 5, provision of facade and overlaps in corridor located on the outside of the building with the aim of providing plans throughout the railing. And the zoning, on the first floor, there is a co-working space that covers a capacity of more than 100 visitors with the supporting facility in the form of coffee corner or coffee shop. On the floor 2 until 5 floors, there are 100 bedrooms. On the 6th floor, there are a rooftop garden that can be accessed and also 13 rooms. On the 7th floor, there is a rooftop garden that can be accessed and also 11 bedrooms. On the 8th floor, there's a rooftop garden that can be accessed and also 5 bedrooms. And the top floor, there is a 3 bedroom as well as a vertical transportation in the form of elevators and stairs. Design approach improvement of surrounding with co-dwelling nature design. So in the blue circle, this area use a design approach by providing a natural pond with the aim of providing a natural feeling for the garden and the maintenance of the freshwater animals. And the red circle, that area use a design approach with the forest feel. And this design is based on the issue where a lot of illegal logging is being carried out, so that replanting is needed. And schematic design, exploiting natural potential in form of architecture for daylight, sunlight, and wind. This building faces south with consideration of avoiding direct sunlight to the bedroom windows so as not to give a feeling of heat to the room, and natural lighting is managed to be found by plants that are inside and outside the building for the growth of these plants. And the use of the air, With the presence of the wind coming from the south, it will be used through the gaps in the hallway or corridor in the building to enter the site, and another alternative is through to the top of the rooftop so that the fresh air can still be obtained in the middle of the building. Sorry. So this is the master plan, site plan, layout plan. This is a floor plan co-working space. This is the floor plan. And you can see that I put some like the outdoor balcony outdoor for each bedroom. This is the front elevation, side elevation, section A. Sorry, section B, and the structure schematic design. So the upper structure using a concrete plate because there will be a rooftop garden, and the superstructure using a 40-40 column with the 20-35 main beam handle, and using a rigid frame or rigid structural system and structural core that is also used for vertical circulation. And for the substructure, using a pilot foundation to prevent displacement in the soil. And also already put the orthographic view. And this is the architectural detail. I use of soil on the 30 centimeters thick of concrete slab with the consideration of the weight of the load when given plants or the trees. And the purpose is to provide aesthetic value to the building and also develop from the theme that was raised, namely co-dwelling nature. So this is the building utility schematic, energy use. So the electricity come from PLN. Then from PLN going to MVMDP, that's a medium voltage main distribution panel, and then going to trafo to change to low voltage main distribution panel, and then going to each floor going to SDP, and then going to KWH. And this is the building utility schematic design and waste used. So for the garbage waste, it throw away by I use a vertical circulation for garbage waste each floor, so it coming down to the basement, and then taking away with the garbage truck, and then for the dirty water, they coming each floor going to the basement, and in basement there's a septic tank, and carrying away with a septic tank truck. So this is the perspective. And also the perspective, and this is another perspective. This is the perspective with the river on the side. So the site is already have a river, so this is how it looks. And this is the front garden perspective, and this is another front garden perspective that I use a natural pond to make it more natural for the water elements in this site. This is another perspective. This is a perspective of co-working space. Yeah, I use Starbucks as a sign for the coffee shop. This is the perspective for the landscape. So I put like a facility for playing like a maze, you know, the maze like in Indonesia we call labirin, made of like a bush. And the stairs that I put like finishing white cement, it makes like more suitable with green color, and put some vegetation on the stairs to make more the stairs more feel like living. This is the perspective of rooftop garden that can be accessed with anyone. They can do chilling here and also have a picnic. Another perspective. Okay, this is layout plan. The floor plan until the top floor plan until roof. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Savitri. Today I'm going to present my final project entitled The Cloud. First of all, my group proposed an eco-friendly Batik industrial and residential building. The site location chosen is Pamogan village in South Denpasar, Indonesia. Pamugang village has encountered a high dense population and less green open space with semi-permanent building and slum area. Besides, the community lack of public awareness of environmental cleanliness, which causes more air pollution and wastewater pollution from the batik industry. The building is zoned into part where the residential building faces the Panching River view and it is orientated to utilize winds to enter the building, while the batik industry opposite is the main road which is accessible for the public to enter. The ground open space and the green roof act as a community public space to interconnect both buildings. The theme of this project is co-dwelling with nature. It is to create a nature-unique space in order to merge and strengthen the relationship between nature, peoples, and architectures. The concept is to develop a Pamugang village that is able to value the green living experience and appreciate the rich cultures provided by nature using renewable building technique. Buildings follow the concept of being open to beyond, inspired by organical shape structure of nature with an open atrium. The clouds follow the patterns of biophilic design. It had natural shape and form that resist straight line, having a number of atriums to allow light to penetrate into the space. Apart from that, it consists of environmental features such as usage of natural material timbers and bamboo to make animals feel at home. The building's design evolved humans-nature relation discovery. The plant uses for the natural dye are safflower, Madagascar dragon, turmeric, sapanwood, and tropical almond. The side plantations around the building include water lilies to attract dragonfly that can eat up more than 100 mosquitoes a day, hibiscus as food for squirrels and butterfly, vegetables for ducks and algae in the pond for fishes, and also many trees for birds to make nests. To improve the environment, the green building is capable of enhancing urban biodiversity, providing habitats for animals to stay. Besides, usage of natural dye correlation reduces aquatic ecosystem disruption. The building also can act as a catalyst to influence the surrounding community to reduce greenhouse gases. Other than that, the building promotes outdoor activity and recreation to strengthen the community social interactions. Moreover, the community has the opportunity to consume organic food. Also, the building can be a better replacement for the semi-permanent building to lower maintenance costs. The cloud is designed starting with 2 volumes, the batik industry located on the ground and the residential building on the top. The building forms are organic shape with soft edges to enhance 360-degree view. The volume is then cut to provide a view out to the Panching River and provide open space for court. To connect the roof to the ground, the green roof is undulated downwards reaching the ground. Next, the building forms are subtract with a number of organic atria in critical locations to allow natural lighting and ventilation, as well as a habitat for animals too. Lastly, dwellings layer of the residential building are shifts to get cantilevered view to encourage interaction with the external environment. For the structure of the building, the residential building is supported by the steel column structure and the facade is mainly made of timber. As for the batik industry, the facade is made of curtain wall with timber cladding and bamboo louver is used to act as sun protection. The green roof not only provides shades to the public but also remove heat from the air, reducing the temperature of the roof surface and the surrounding air. In the utility schematic, the solar panel is used to provide electricity. In addition, the green roof has the capacity to catch rainwater for irrigation purposes. Meanwhile, the grey water from the residential unit can be channeled for irrigation water reuse too. For proper waste management, a rubbish chute is installed for easier waste separation for recycling. These perspective images show building co-dwelling with the natures. The outdoor area has a wild jogging track, football fields to motivate the community to develop a healthy lifestyle. A green roof is a space to embrace togetherness with the natures. In this master plan, the entrance of pedestrian is highly taken into consideration. Pedestrian bridge walkway is proposed to provide a major entrance for the pedestrian to access from the opposite river. The human and bicycle lane are connected to the building by linking the internal network outside to inside with separated vehicles road. The cars are parked underground to save some open space. This is the ground floor plan of the Batik industry. First floor plan for the residential building with 4 unique elevations and sections. The images show the entrance and the walkway to the Batik industry. This is the interior space of the Batik workshop and offices. View of Batik shops and restaurant. The exterior of the residential buildings. The interior of the residential building. In this section, we can observe that the front facade is oriented facing west for the evening sun and river view. Besides, it faces the prevailing breeze to receive natural ventilation. The tree plantation play a role as a protection barrier from the external loads such as winds, rain, and the green edge of the residential units able to remove dust for better air circulation. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, yeah, that's all the presentation from the first group. Thank you, Sofitri and Sultan, for amazing design or amazing presentation that you already made. And now let's we move to the discussion session. Yeah, discussion session. There are Mr. Paramaputra from Warmadewa University and Mr. Abdul Muluk for UTAR. You can give some advice to to both of the students, and the time is about 10 minutes. Okay, are you here?
Yes, we are
Yeah.
here. Shall we
Okay.
start with Mr. Paramaputra first?
Okay, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arta. I'll give some comment about the presentation. Starting from so well, I guess the design is well designed in terms of too many so much elements that you consider the landscape, the building form, and also the interior and architecture, of course. But there is a need, the need that that missing in your presentation, which is if the problem is the slum area, you should do research about how many people that you provide in the apartment. I mean, how many population growth that over the year is increasing in that area. You have to have that data first before you're designing how many levels, and is there any possibility to improve, or there's any possibility to grow the apartment, and etc. And how many people, how many apartment these type that you design. And the green architecture is not about only putting trees on the rooftop. Yeah, this is about more than that. Maybe later on we in the next semester or at the end of this semester we can learn about the green architecture, because it's more about these etc. You know, and the diagram about the sun direction and sunlight and everything. So for the second presenter, Sofitri, yeah, I think I need to go back to I already give you a comment during the semester. Yeah, your design is trying to extend the landscape and connecting the urban context into your building, which is that's really interesting idea. Most of the architect forget about connecting those elements to all the ideas inside. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me add to what Mr. Paramaputra has mentioned just now. I think both of the students has done a very well job. It's just that I think probably given more time for them to develop the idea, they will be able to come up with a much better design. I want to highlight one prevailing issues that students always do when they propose green building or sustainable building if they are familiar with the terms of greenwashing, by putting plants all over the building, and then they say that, oh, I have a green building. So that is not the actual terms of green building, and not by just simply put plants all over your building, you are building or you're designing a green building. So I think for Sultan Reza, you need to your design has a lot of potential. It's very good on its own, but if you're talking about the context of the site, it has minimal engagement with the elements of the site, except that being next to a river. And that's also just for viewing purposes. You don't actually engage the river into your proposal. So while you plant all those trees, it is not the same with nature, the trees that grow in nature. It's like a fake nature. So I think since you have a beautiful site with the river flow next to your to the site, you should engage all the natural elements around the site. The real one, the natural one, not the one that you force nature to your building, like planting it in planter boxes and all that. Anyway, it is still a good effort, but I feel that the proposal will be more successful if you put more effort in engaging the surrounding community or the site in your design. And for Savitri, I think the narratives are very interesting. You're trying to put a lot of things into your design, and your study on the batik industry is like a really local issues that need to be addressed. And somehow when it comes to the final design, I feel that a lot of the intention is not being realized in your design. As we can see, the form, I mean, in the narratives you mentioned about all trying to get the natural elements of the site to be part of your design. But when it looks at the section, it looks very, very sterile, meaning that it's just like a floor and beams, probably due to lack of time in terms of developing your design, and also lack of understanding on some structural or construction issues that make it into turn it into a simplified version of your original intention. But I think that your narratives are very good. I think you should keep that kind of approach in design, where you engage not only the site but also the social issues in that area, particularly like a traditional batik industry which exists in and surrounding of your site. So I think that is the comment that I can share in this round. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. and Mr. Abdul Muluk, for the advice for the student. So back to the presenter or the student. Do you have anything you want to say to the lecture about what their comment? Like Sultan, they comment about the building, how you put the greenery. You already engage what the environment in your site or not, or do you have any comment to your lectures or something, Sultan?
For me, I will collect my design from the comment from Mr. Abdul Muluk, and also all the revision I will do for the river, to make some more, some have purpose for the river, maybe put some like water engine maybe for that, for the electricity that I will use from the river. I think that's it, and I will do the revision for my design. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sultan. And also, Sofitri, do you have anything want to say about your advice from the lectures?
I say thank you for the advice. I'm gonna improve it based on the comment given. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Safitri. In my opinion, your design, Safitri, is really good. It's really nice form, but maybe if you have more time to finish the project, that will be better than this time. Yeah, but I really appreciate your design. It's really nice form. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And okay, thank you for the presentation in this section. Maybe no one asks in the first round, in the first group, maybe. Maybe in the afternoon, we will have a lot of question, maybe, yeah. And yeah, thank you for the first group. And let's move to another group. Thank you, Sofitri and Sultan. Okay, I see here we have participant about 117. I want to say hi. Thank you for joining us in Student Colloquium in 2022 and enjoy the presentation. And I hope you get beneficial when you join this colloquium. Okay, let's move to the second group. Who is it? Yeah. Okay. The second group is Ide Bagus Yoga Arta from Warmadewa University, and another one is Mostang from Utah, Malaysia. Okay, time is yours.
Okay, hello all. First, I want to introduce myself. My name is Yoga Yoga. Now I will to present my design result, that is Urban Farming and Education Center. Urban Farming and Education Center, located in the village of Tegal Kerte. In the residential area of Tegal Kerte village, there's not much ecosystem interaction except for human activity. In the riverside area, which is still green, several wild animals are found, such as insect, bird, monitor lizard, fish, and wild plants. The lack of activity of wild animal due to river conditions that do not support the ecosystem to develop. Why urban farming and education center? In Tegal Kerte village, I find some problem that is first, lack of plantation land due to density population, and then high food needs, high food price and continuous increasing, high environmental pollution due to high pollution and busy business activity, and most of the residents work as traders. To solve that problem, I have several solutions, which are provide plantation area, and then support local food needs and solve the problem of high food price, and increase environmental quality, and provide new job opportunity, and last, promote urban farming at the village so residents can support their food needs by themselves. And this is my design concept: architectural and urban design, which connecting from the surrounding environmental side. This project have the other concept to connect with surrounding area. There is market concept, environment concept, location, and urban concept. And this is urban schematic, which in the red building is population relation man around the site, and yellow color is reserve utilization resident. All paths can be passed by car and motorbike, and there has a route between village. We can see in the blue arrow line. The right side is water distribution scheme to site. On river water, some water delivered to the site for to filter first, and rainwater is stored and used and filter first. In blue arrow, main circulation product distribute to inter-village consumer. In This is in orange color is consumer distribution trader, and yellow color is range pair of customer. And the second slide is can use river water and rainwater. Before being used, the river water is first filtered and then accommodated in the reservoir. This is the same as using rainwater. And this is the use of plants to support the ecosystem at the site. And there's a bird nest plant and a pedestrian, and this is in a factory. This is the use sunlight for energy, a purple color which is energy storage in the core of the building. And last one is circulation and zoning. People can go through the service zone first to go to the main zone and go to support zone. And this is schematic water distribution and facility to support ecosystem. Topic 1, first schematic river water distribution. The building, and then schematic ecosystem of butterfly draft beetles in building, which is made something like garden flower with a concept that blends with nature, like the illustration on right. And last one is schematic birds in building. The plan is to be like a hole between vertical garden for bird stay. And this is the master plan of my design concept. And this building have three main zones, and this is my layout plan, my set plan. At the top of the building there is some solar panel, and this is first floor of building. And this second floor has a main room. There is the library and lounge area. On three floor and the fourth floor is five floor. In sixth floor, typical plan, and this is front view of the building, which is partition made of wood and hanging plants to give the impression of co-living with nature. And this side view, some floor have the impression of open space. This is of better air circulation, and this is an orthographic image of the building. In the building, the natural air conditioning process in the building works maximously. This is because open ventilation support by many trees to filter the heat effect of design. This is orthographic same like before, and this image is character image and application with co-dwelling with nature. Human need better oxygen from plant, and flower need insect for pollination, and insect need nectar. And this image and application with co-dwelling with nature. This is front view and a bird nest, like a vertical garden to respond bird existence, and a lot of plants to reduce air pollution. And the same like before. And this is floor plan and interior perspective in hydroponic area. And this is in lounge area. This right side building hydroponic area, and this is library. And I think that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Good days to the lecturers and friends. My name is Moses Sang, and today I would like to present my design Oasis to you. I'll divide my presentation into four parts: site analysis and synthesis, concept and theme, architecture design, and lastly, landscape design. The site is located in Taman Pancing Permogan, beside a river named Taman Pancing River, and surrounded by residential area and vendors' eatery, and facing two huge paddy fields. As the year passes by, the number of residents increases and causes overpopulated with people and residents. The overcrowded space has deeply affected the ecosystem around. To solve the overpopulation problem, a vertical building and apartment with food court is proposed to cater to the residents and the vendors. The concept of the void is proposed with the idea to solve the over and growing population and integrate with the ecosystem. The void concept can turn space into a bigger space when the number of residents increases. The void can be used as spaces connecting with the ecosystem beforehand as well. To minimize the impact of disrupted ecosystem, the theme of biophilia and some ideas called dwelling with the nature are proposed. Now moving to the third part, the architecture design. From the schematic design, the site is designed into three parts, namely main area, supporting area, and services area. The main area is mainly the apartment and food court with facilities as the view along the river with pediphilia is nature and has great opportunity with the river. As for the supporting area is the jogging track with trees, potato trees. The supporting area, which is active open space, is located beside the green space as it is not disrupted by any man-made. Lastly, the services such as car park is located near the residential area and not the river is to avoid the pollution affecting the nature. Moving to the form starts with three masses for the three functions. The mass is then subtracted to create space for ventilation in between. Next, the mass is divided into upper and bottom parts for the apartment on the upper part and the other facilities for the lower part. The subtracted view diverts to the landscape view and instead of the slum area. Moving on, the masses are removed to create more space for outdoor green space, and the remaining masses are also subtracted to create void to meet the concept as proposed. The overall form is created by tons of modules which consists of cross-laminated timber wall, column, and steel joint. The module is stacked together to create the architecture of the building. The concept void is walked by the module too. Before the installation, the void is used for greens, and the void can be turned into rooms after installing with CLT wall. Since the wall is only 3 by 3 meter, and therefore it only requires hand carry to install it instead of huge machine. This is before the installation, which void are used for greens, and the apartment is able to cater for 55 families. After installing, the building can cater up to 60 families. Moving to the function, the building is inspired by the urban design of Permogan, which the architecture around the site is mostly a living area on the top and commercial area on the ground of the building. As for the design, the facilities are designed on the ground and first floor, while apartments are located on the second to the 8th floor. As for the climate response, the sun can enter the core of the building, the elevator area, to lighten up the interior spaces, and also the sun can provide light source for the greens on the void for photosynthesis. The rent can be collected and used for toilets, watering, greens, and etc. Here are some of the perspective view. The food court comes with vendors to bring back the street food around the site, as vendors are the norm of the site. Next, the multi-purpose hall can be used for communal local activities such as cloth dyeing. And lastly, the residential area where the facade is rotatable for the sunlight to enter and allow the user to get fresh air. Moving up to the landscape, the parking slot comes with a farm slot for each driver. The farm slot encourages the residentials to plant their own vegetables. The rainwater can be used for watering the farm. Aside from that, the farm slot can generate electricity for the vendors from the heat released from the plant. The last part is the core dwelling with the nature part, which the greens on the void are used as a habitat for the birds after getting food from the paddy field around the site. Aside from the greens on the void, and the jogging track can also be the habitat for the birds. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, there is a nice presentation from Bagus Yoga and Moses Tang. Yeah, let's move to the discussion session for Pak Mahaputra, Mr. Mahaputra and Mr. Abdul Muluk. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. I think this again another interesting proposal by the students. The idea is very much important to the current situation and also to the theme of the project, which is co-dwelling with nature. However, again, in the execution part of the idea is a little bit superficial and not thoroughly thought of. The first presenter, Mr. Yoga Arta Wiguna, I think interesting for him to propose an urban farming solution for all the issues that he highlighted in his findings of the analysis. However, in terms of the practicality of it is not very well explained. For example, the urban farming proposal that he proposed are mostly indoors, while Bali being a tropical island have a lot of sunlight that you can utilize without having to resort to artificial lighting for indoor farmings. So I think maybe with a little bit of a creativity, you can actually use your idea of urban farming, but in a more practical kind of solution where natural lighting is being used rather than artificial lighting, because defeat the purpose of when you try to light up interior spaces enough for plants to grow, it uses a lot of energy. So it's defeat the purpose of sustainable design in this example. Of course, there's a lot of other things, but I just want to highlight that part, which is because the main theme of his proposal is urban farming. So I feel that urban farming in Bali should be at least 80% using the natural lighting rather than trying to use artificial lighting in an interior of a building. And for Moses, this is also another very interesting idea where very suitable with our Eastern kind of lifestyle, where a lot of family live in an extended family kind of a situation, meaning that in the beginning of their family life, they have, just the two of them. And then when they progress economically and also career-wise, they start adding number of people in their family, and so they can expand their family. So the idea of flexible space where you can convert your void, you mentioned as a concept, into living quarters, and your effort to engage with the surrounding community by providing some business opportunity in your proposal, like the stalls and all that, like kind of a relocation of the street vendors into your food court is also commendable. But things that you need to look at is that, again, that sustainability issues, because sustainable is not only refer to the material that you use, the design approach that you use. Sustainable also refer to the sustainability of your project, meaning that whether it will be successful in terms of being in existence. After a while, you probably will start to think about how to make the community sustainable, in terms of the resilience against economy and also natural factor. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Okay, Moses, I was starting with Moses. So Moses is actually one of my favorite ideas during the studio. But again, I rather see your diagram instead of your final design, because I'm not sure about how you put or manage the coloring on your building. Yeah. maybe you can play with Lego to find out the feasible or suitable solution for this apartment. Maybe Lego can be a part of media to come up with something, because it's sort of similar to Lego. Maybe you can play with it, maybe for your final studio or something. And for Gus Yoga, I think I can feel your design is actually pretty much you try to gather all the ideas and cram it to one building. So you need to find the harmony and the balance of the architecture. And that's a long journey. But again, I think for this project, I will appreciate all the proposal. I think that's all. Thank you, Pak Arta.
Okay, thank you, the lecturer, for the advice for the student. And now I want to ask the presenter, the student. Do you have any response about the advice from the lecturers? Let's start from Gus Yoga. You have any comment or anything you want to say to the lecturers, please?
First, thank you for the from the lecturer for the advice. I think it's clear enough.
Okay. And Moses Tang, do you have any thing you want to say to the lecturers?
Nothing to add on, but I'm just thankful for all the comments and suggestion given by both lecturers. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and after that, I want to ask something to both of you about during the design, during the studio 6, yeah. And in the studio, we are team in the lecture don't give you a brief, yeah. We don't give you a brief what will you design on the stupa or on the studio 6, yeah. We need the theme and the issue, and you work by yourself to find the solution and find the problems. And that's why this studio maybe a little bit mess if you don't have good managing in your mind. So it's really challenging to find the idea, right? I want to know how do you feeling to join the studio rather than in the last studio, like you need to make a hotel, you make a public space, there are a brief, but in our studio we don't have any brief. So you find out the design by yourself. So what do you feel about it? How do you feel about joining the studio 6 here? Start from Moses Tang. Do you have any experiences you want to share to another student?
I think it's pretty free for me, and as for the concept, I pretty much get it and sort of like approved by the lecturers quite early. And the concept I proposed or thought of was because of the problem. Yeah, and the lecturers also very helpful in terms of giving advice and all that. So it's pretty fast for me to propose something, I think, if that's answer your question.
Okay, and it's quite challenging, right? Because you will design something in not your country. You design in Bali, right? So you need to adapt again, and now the environment in Bali. So it's like a online tour, like online holiday. You can see how the Bali is, right, from the social media and online. And from Gus Yoga, what do you think about this studio?
Yeah, that's Stupanam is very interesting for me and very fun.
Very
I
fun.
think-
You want
Yeah.
to design again instead of Panam, or
No,
you want to
no, I think it's enough.
okay. Thank you, Gus Yoga. I appreciate both of you. You have really interesting design, really interesting presentation, and both of you have a really complex site that your site is between the settlement and the river. That's really complex, but you did a great job. I appreciate it. And for the lecture, you have anything want to say again? No?
I think in Utah for final year students, Studio 5 and Studio 6, the process are similar, where we don't actually give the student the brief. They have to come up with a project based on their site analysis and urban analysis of the site. So I think for some of them, because the one that joined this joint studio are not all from third year, there are some who are from second year, which they are so used to, like you say, receiving brief, like hotel, so they will do hotel. But this time around, they will have to go out and look for the issues themselves and try to create a project based from the issues. So I think that's why students like Moses can come up with the things very quickly, but there are some students who actually struggle in coming up with the brief because they're not used to the transition from always getting the brief from the lecturer to now they have to create their own brief. But I think it's a very good way of letting the student be more independent in developing their idea, and also in for them to think more rather than just accept what people give to them. So that process is very important in the developing of creative mind. That is my opinion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm agree, Mr. Abdul Muluk. And your student is really have a good job here, and that is a really good start to be a great architect in the future. Yeah. Thank you for the group 2 for the presentation, and it's really fun. And let's move to another group, which is group 3, and there is Gedeyogi Prabudi from Warmadewa University, and another one is Chang Yang Lee from Utah in Malaysia. Okay, group 3, time is yours.
The population density of Seminyak is fairly dense, with a total of 1,015.70 people, based on the 2012 BNPB, and the annual population growth of Seminyak is increasing by 1%. The air quality in this area is low, the air intensity is normal, the rainfall is normal, the humidity is high, and highest temperature is high. This land area is 30,500 square meters on San Serdut Seminyak Kota Bali, with a south-facing building orientation. Around the site there are swim and river, residential and commercial building area, urban meadows, and there are some small and large trees. In the site there are aviatic components. There are garbage, slum area, waste combustion, and swim and river. There's some biotic element that we found on the site. On the garbage, we found some flies, cockroaches, grasshopper, and gecko. On the trees, we found bird, dragonfly, snake, and lizard. And on the swamp, we found frog, snail, and caterpillar. After we made the analysis site, we found some present issues on the site. There are air pollution of waste combustion, slum area, garbage, and there are polluted river and swamp. The ideas of the present issues is co-dwelling with nature, eco-building, and biophilic. Future needs of the issues are by making a vertical housing as a solution to the population density and slum area, permaculture as a solution to the air pollution problem, and aquaponic as a solution to the problem of polluted river and swamp. This building uses a centralized building mass pattern, with the direction of the building facing south toward the highway. This pattern is formed based on how to respond to the surrounding environment, starting from the orientation of the sun, wind direction, and various natural components around the land area, such as river, swamps, and layered trees. This building uses a concrete and steel material as the building structure. The main structure is the core structure, and for the second skin is using a steel material and steel wire structure. Permaculture design is essentially multifaceted, integrated and ecologically harmonious method of designing human-centered landscape. What is meant by human-centered is that the ideal permaculture design is able to provide for the many needs of a family or human's community in its local environment in the most efficient and sustainable way possible. Integrated design refers to the interconnectivity of elements in the system, principle of nature, learn from nature and strive to harmonize in such a way. The essence of permaculture is care for the earth, because without a healthy earth, humans cannot prosper. Care for humans so that all humans have access to the resources needed to life. Return surplus agricultural inputs and product to the system, including returning agricultural waste by recycling it. Aquaponics is a collaboration between plants and fish. Aquaponics is the continuous use of water from fish rearing to plants and vice versa from plants to the fish farms. But the basic core of this is the provision of optimum water for each commodity by utilizing a recirculation system. To attract the biotic element around the sites, we are making the aquaponics by extending the swim into the site. So the animals that live in the swim are automatically entered to the site too. The second skin on the building, included with vines, bushes and small trees, can attract the attention of birds and insects. This is the aquaponic area. This is some working drawing of this building. This building is covered with many types of plants, providing circulation for animals or insects around the land to use the plants in this building.
Good morning everyone. Today I'm gonna present about my design of the project. First of all, let me kindly introduce about the site. Our site is located in Tegal Teka village, which is west side of the Denpasar city. The village has been habited by residents since 1989. In stages until today, the village population is over 20,000 of people. So it's a multi-race and full of culture village. After we do analysis of the site within the group, we decided to design an urban farming and education center. The site total area is 4,959 meters square, so it's a long and narrow site which is challenging. And the land requirement is 3,000 meters square. So why urban farming and education center? We found out this problem from the analysis to stand our statement, which are lack of greenery space, dense of population, environment pollution due to dense population, high food needs, and low education level. Also, we have the solution for the problem, which are provides greenery space, example, canopy roof garden, hide people by visualize, support local agriculture, and provides education center to increase education level. Besides, my design concept is to integrate of nature, human, and future to establish an environment rich composition with the existing architectural and aim to shape a future for the integration. Therefore, my design intent is aims to regenerate the village with nature, human, and future to enhance the environment, cultivating urban farming, and establish the future. This is the urban design concept proposed by my group, which are market concept, environment concept, education concept, and urban concept. Next, I'm gonna talk about my design idea of the building. The canopy is inspired by the root of tree, which is to establish natural and the canopy as an opening to attract people for exploring the fun and benefit of education and urban farming. Besides, the openings are for the natural light and ventilation purpose. Therefore, it's a connection of people and the natural like a door, which feel relaxed and comfy. Secondly, the other side of the building have a translucent as the facade, which have a smoothie and curve of direction to reflect the multi-race and culture of the village into the building by vision. Besides, is to lessen the direct exposure. Therefore, the whole building is considered about the publicity and transparency. Next is the transformation of the design. The subtraction, which is subtract the mass from original for better ventilation, natural light, and design purpose. Then structure added to create fluence and space. I design a canopy which connect from the ground to the roof to create fluence to hide people by visualize. And the fluence makes the space spacious and unobstructed. Added to let people connect and blend with the nature. The whole building is designed consider of the ventilation, which design a lot of openings to have better ventilation. The orientation. The solar panel is installed on the top of the building to achieve sustainable. As you can see, it would receive natural light from the design. Other than that, water distribution and rain harvest system schematic. The whole building have a circulation of water system. The building take water from the river and the rain and filter it to become clean water for recycle purpose to achieve sustainable as well. The following is building energy schematic design. The building design is with the fluence, so the heat air will disperse quick. Also, the building is full of greens, which could cooler down the interior. And this is my site plan. These are the floor plans. The section, orthographic section, elevations, and lastly, these are the perspective view of the building. And this is my presentation board. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Group 3, for the presentation, which is Gede Yogi, and Changyang Lee. Next, move to the discussion session, and for Mr. Paramaputra and Mr. Abdul Muluk, time is yours.
Okay, Yogik, I think that's the best video so far. The transition is so smooth and is well explained, all the aspect, but I need to know your intention or your proposal a little bit more. How do you come up with that shape and all of the form that you make? Any other foundation or any other explanation for that? Maybe later after this you can explain. And for who's the Malaysian student who present?
Cheng Yang Lee.
Oh, Cheng Yang Lee. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheng Yang Lee, are you here? Please turn on the camera because we want to
Okay.
see your face. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's quite a simple design, but there is a room for improvement for the design, because I think for the in the starting till the middle of the semester you haven't show any progress, but at the end you're progressing quite well, and I appreciate your effort after all the inputs that you get, and I think that it can be improved a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think this group, the design is to two extremes end in terms of its form. So very ambitious in terms of its form, but I also have questions on the process of for yogics to come up with that form at the end, because I think the transformation of the form need to be explained in terms of, you know, initial idea and how it transforms suddenly to become like that, you know, like a spaceship landed on Bali island. And I feel that the nature has overtaken the functionality of the building. You know, it's like yes, we are the title is actually cohabited with nature, but this is somehow allowing nature to overtook your building to the extreme, you know. And it comes to practicality, probably, you know, nobody want to live in that kind of dwellings, you know, because too afraid of snakes, too afraid of a lot of nature overcoming your residential unit. So anyway, like I said, this is an interesting idea, but I think it will be good if you can justify your form and say that yes, there are possibility that people actually live in this kind of building. And for Cheng Yang Lee, I think that one is quite a successful attempt in balancing unconventional form in, you know, it's like enough exploration but not too wild. It's to the extent of people cannot see that they're living in that area, except that again, like, I feel that a lot of the technical part need to be explained, you know, in terms of coming up with the openings for sunlight to get into the urban farming part of your building. So I feel that you know, you should spend actually more time on the thinking of the practical aspect of that building, like the previous group just now, Moses example, Moses proposal example. You can see that, you know, it is ambitious, but we can see possibility of that building being built. In your case, yes, it's look beautiful on drawings and in concept, but somehow we are skeptical that this building can actually be built in Bali. So I think you need to find the balance between, being creative in coming up with your ideas, at the same time being practical, or still stand on the ground rather than flying on the sky. So I think that is actually what being on a final year, because towards the final year we are talking more in terms of practicality. If you're in the first year, second year, you can come up with fantastic idea, building floating on the sky without having to have columns and stuff like that. But for final year student, usually we always ask them to be grounded, in the sense of, yes, you can have this crazy idea, but at the same time, you make sure that there are possibility of your building being built. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Abdul Muluk and Mr. Paramaputra for your advice. And now I want to hear a response from Gede Yogi about the question. And for information, I quite interesting about the Yogi design. And before the lecture comment, I already write down below the question that I want to ask about Yogi, and that is the same question also. It's about how how Yogi can make the facade rotating like that. Yeah, we want to know the transformation, what the main idea, how could the building facade be like that. And for Yogi, can you explain to all of us about your the main idea about the facade? Time is yours, Yogi.
Thank you for time, comments, and some suggestions for my design. The question is, how come I got the shape? I got the shape of the building. The first is I get that shape is from one of the plants that are on the side, and the other reason is from the sun orientation, because I put a lot of plants in that building. So
Yogix, you mentioned about the plan. What is the name of the plan? You can speak in Bahasa if you're struggling in the terms that you cannot find. What is actually the name of the plan? How does it look like?
Plan is Widuri. I forgot to put in the presentation, but there are Widuri plan in the site.
The name of the plan is Widuri plan.
Widuri in Indonesia. I don't know in
okay.
English. Yeah.
Maybe Pak Arta can translate it for me. What is actually Widuri plan? Is there any scientific name for the plants?
It's like a flower.
But actually, Pak Mangde, do you know?
Flower.
Okay, Yogix, you can continue with your answer.
You anything want to say again? If you have a struggle with your English, you can talk in Bahasa.
I think,
to be honest, Mr.
I think that's
Abdul,
it. That's it. Why I get that shape of the building.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think probably that's the reason that his video presentation is the best, because probably he is not able to explain it in person. He improved his video production. So I think that's a good way to, you know, to make better of what you are lacking. But I
And
agree
that
with
is a nice
this. I think
advice.
the best video presentation so far. I agree with Mr.
Yeah.
Paramaputra. It's the best presentation so far. The transition is very smooth. But I wish that him as a person also can explain his idea like his video.
Yeah. I agree also. If the student from another country want to give a local design, maybe they should put the picture so the international people can understand what they talking about. Yeah. Okay. And for the Cheng Yang Li, do you have any response about the lecturer's advice for your projects?
No, thank you very much.
Okay.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Okay, I have a little bit question for you. I'm quite interested with your in the front of your building. You have like a path, like a pedestrian that is a curve path. Yeah. Can you explain to us or what is the main force you to make that kind of path?
Basically, initially, I want to do something like a canopy walk, because we find out that the city is really dense with population, and then I want to kind of hide people from visualize, and want to make the whole building in a very kind of flow movement. And the building is consists with the canopy and then with active in all time. So it's a kind of movement architecture, like dynamic and something. So this is my initial purpose.
Okay, thank you, Cheng Li. I got what I got. What you mean? You inspiring from the people movement in there, right? And from the third group, I got the nice quote that really stuck in my mind. It is like you can be more creative. You can be a creative person, but you still practical design. Yeah. This is quite challenging for the architect student that we forced to be really creative. We forced to make a good idea every single project that we have, but in the real life we should be more practical, and we need to be more future thinking about the future. This building can be built or not. Yeah, that's two. Both of them, it should be combined to become a great architect. Yeah, that's what I got the big point on this third group. Okay, thank you so much for the presentation, and the discussion is really nice. Let's fourth group, yeah, which is who is this? The fourth group is Kade Yuda Pramana and Cheng Ji Swan. Okay, for the group 4, time is yours.
Hello everyone, I'm Kadek Yuda Pramana. This is my project Studio Architecture Design. The site selection in Pomogan Village was due to the problem and solution existed in the village. The problem is in Pomogan Village is water pollution caused by the resident waste industrial, which cause foamy river trash in river. Soil pollution caused by resident waste and land use change, which has an scarce and reduced green space. There is also air pollution caused by factory farms in Pemogan village. The potential that exists in Pemogan village is that there is still green space that function as an agricultural area. There is a rich river area. There are important facilities such residential areas and commercial. There is a road accessibility that the city of Denpasar district. There are biotic and abiotic elements found in the local agricultural area. From the problem and potential in Pemogan village, the food hub and vertical dwelling function is proposed, which is expected to accommodate street vendors, rehabilitate the environment, provide farming area, improve the economic sector, and provide dwelling. Schematic design. Massing transformation. The building mass has an area of 40% of the total site and 60 is used as a green space. Then the building mass is divided into three, namely production, education, as well as processing and retail. The three zones were then split and added green space as zone distinction. The building was rotated 45 degrees to minimize the building exposure to direct sunlight. Then the building was made up to suit the space requirement and building was built with terrace so that it could be used as a green area that get sufficient sunlight and good air circulation. River characteristic. There are three types of river in Pemogan village. The first is to have a embanked slope of 30 degrees to 35 degrees with the river bank having one elevation. The second type has a embanked slope of 20 degrees to 35 degrees and has two elevation on the river bank. The third type has an almost vertical embank slope with one river bank elevation. From the problem found in the Taman Pancing, there are solutions offered, namely by modifying the slope of the river with the cut and fill method, modifying the riverbank material with the geogrid layer, adding cocoa mesh and reforestation. There is also the planting of water filter plants that function as was boarding plants that increase oxygen level, pollutant removal plant, and the application of trash trap. The food products can be distributed to a market around Pemogan village or can be marketed at this food hub facility. The planting method used are hydroponic, aeroponic, aquaponic, and conventional planting. Design development. In the layout plan, the site is directly to the rice field and face directly to the Taman Pancing River. It can be seen that there are conventional planting area, market, and distribution area in one floor plan. And this an image of a floor plan. In this dwelling area. In this orthogonal section, scene activities that are said, such as buying and selling in the market area, recreation area on the bank of rivers and plaza, education area located in the hydroponic planting areas, and plant seed room, as well as distribution activities and production process. Nature utilization scheme. The solar panel is capturing by solar energy is captured panel. There is also a rainwater trap where rainwater will be accommodated groundwater and floor water tank, and the water can be reused as a medium for watering plants. There are two wind tunnels so that the smell in the market can be circulated properly. The planter box use the bioswale method, where rainwater can be collected into the groundwater tank be accommodated in this utility scheme. Here's perspective picture. This is the exterior view of the river. This is a river that has been normalized by planting a water filter and adding a trash trap. Here is a view of the rice field. This is a view of plant seed room. View the hydroponic planting area. Front view of the building. View plaza during the day. View plaza at night. Cooking class area. Communal for residential resident. And this communal area and library. This presentation I can send. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Zishan and I'm going to introduce my project, Exposure. The project site is at Selanga Island, which is a small island located 5 kilometers from. Selanga Island is rich in flora and fauna. For example, there are mangrove, Indian almond, coconut and pine tree. And the animals like frogs, grasshopper, especially their turtle conservation center, and the migrant birds are the famous ones. Special thing in Selanga Island is reclamation. The settlement area is farthest from the reclamation area. The pathway is focused on the settlement area. The attraction spots on the island are water sports, nature, or religious such as temples. The potential of this island are accessibility, seafood, and nature. However, the problems are pollution, tourist accommodation, loss of job opportunities, and territorial boundary. There is the analysis and solution of the problems. To my research, lack of education about the pollution is the reason for local residents. And because of the tide, the trash will flow away and leaves pollution from the other space. Increase the interactive programs and provide living space can solve the tourist accommodation problem. Utilize the project program can provide job opportunity to local people. The river separates the land into two pieces, so I try to reverse use the Selanga River. To sum up the problem, I came out the design concept, exposure. Expose yourself to nature, knowledge, culture, and raise the awareness by real contact. Mean things that you can see and touch. My design intents are to intertwine the building with nature, solve the environmental issues. Here I provide 3 kinds of programs: hotel, recycle museum, and market. The hotel can provide job opportunity and accommodation. Museum can educate people and offer interactive activities. Also provide job opportunity. The market offers jobs as well, and it allows to sell the local food. There's second-hand market inside too. Here are the mixing development. First, I set back to provide space for outdoor landscaping. Second, make the building focal point that can gather the attention all around. Also bring tourists to the neighborhood. Hierarchy allows different exposure to view, and the void space forms the orientation for user in semi-open plaza. Finally, the building core over the vertical axis. 3 are north side serve as sound barrier to reduce noise to the Turtle Conservation Center. And the 3 on west side are the guiders for tourists to go into the neighborhood. And I bring the water into the site, which make a small island and people can enjoy nature there. The 3D master plan shows the relationship with other facilities. Besides, from the elevation, the buildings is tall enough to be observed everywhere, so people will have the awareness of recycle. Zoning is based on the value of each program. For the hotel, higher place have better view. The museum focus on the sequence, and the market is the visibility. So the accommodation is at the higher floor, and the market is at the ground floor. The main access from the right side leads the visitors into the middle of the building, which is more convenient for people, so they don't need to walk a long distance. And the parking at the left side is convenient for the local residents come to the market. First floor is Recycle Museum, and second floor have gallery and hotel room. Third floor is rooms and wellness center, and there's a bridge connecting two blocks. The fourth and fifth floor are the hotel room. The structure of the building, the void part of the building is to connect with the nature and animals. This elevation shows the use of void part. The timber rack provides the space for vine, and bird can also rest on that. Here are the sections which shows the connectivity of each floors. And finally, the diagram shows the light pipe and water pipe. And now I will show the photos and the animation of the buildings.
aliran ranu
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the presentation for the group 4 from Kadek Yuda Pramana and Cheng Zhang Xuan. Okay, let's move to the another session, which is discussion sessions. So for the lectures, this time is yours.
Thank you. I think this group, the design is more conventional, straight lines and horizontal and vertical lines. However, I feel that the scale of the building really is overwhelming in terms of its size. So the intention of the brief, which is cohabitant with nature, will not be happening in this kind of scheme, where the building is too overpowering in terms of its presence. So I feel that besides the other issue that we highlighted with the other students' work earlier, I think for this group, the issue here is the size of the project. I think it's too big, and too big in the sense of its mess. Its mess is like taking the almost 90% of the whole site without any real open space. Again, like I said, Bali is a tropical country. It received a lot of rain during the wet season. So design of building in the way both of the students presented just now probably would not be very ideal for a tropical climate like in Bali. So I think the main issue that we can learn from these two proposal is you need to consider about the local, probably the vernacular architecture of the place, where some sense in addressing climate has been taken into consideration, that you can somehow integrate it in your idea. So I think that is my comment for both presenter. But both of them has come up with a good work, except that probably they should be more sensitive in the sense of not to have such a big building taking almost the whole site for their building. So that's my comment.
Okay, comment from me. Yeah, referring to what Abdul Muluk said about the size of the building, I think the problem will be the data base. Yeah, how many people that you addressing on the site, because the size does matter, yeah, in terms of a lot of ways. Yeah, I think the data, you should show us how many people living in that area, and then you should know how many potential activities that can generate in local income, the culture, and everything. Because if I look at two of this building, I can barely see where this building located. Yeah, there is no cultural that impact on the building. I think that's missing, because Bali has a quite a beautiful culture and need to be adapt in this building. So yeah, the cultural is missing, and also the data, supporting data that support your dimension and size of the building programming, that's missing, I think. But overall concept is really great in terms of the building shape, the harmony, and the balance of the architecture. I think that's all from me. Thank you, Larta.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paramaputra and Mr. Abdul Muluk, for the advice. And now I want to heard about the response from the student, from the Kadek Yuda and Chang Jiswan, which is like every lecturer said that your building is really massive. It's really big and dominant in the site. So do you have any force or any explanation of why you make the building really massive or really dominant in the site? You have any idea, or maybe because you need to give more place for many activity, or because you have another idea why you make your building really massive like that? Can you explain to us?
Yeah, actually, I provide the big building, but the middle part is almost void, and that the void part can provide like the wild animals living space. So definitely, it's not for big for human.
Okay, maybe Chenzi, once you make a building, as we see, the building is really huge, but when we see the detail, there is a lot of void, right? So the animal and there is interaction between the human and environment. Is it? What do you
The
mean?
problem is our weather, when you have
Ah,
internal space like that, it will be very humid. It's very difficult to introduce natural ventilation and things like that. It's different when you visited maybe shopping mall where you have a lot of a big atrium inside it, because those are controlled environment. They have aircon that use a lot of energy to make the environment comfortable for people to be in. So Chenzi's one, when you propose something like that and expect nature to take over in terms of ventilating the space, it will not work. So that's why it is better to open up outside rather than inside of a building when you are not able to encourage natural ventilation, no matter how you try to get the stack effect to work or what. But in our kind of a tropical weather, even in a small room also, 10 minutes without aircon is already unbearable. And somehow you have a huge space like that without any indication of how you control the comfort level of people who are staying in that space. I think it will not work in the actual sense of design. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you, sir.
okay. And now, that's really nice advice from Mr. Abdul Muluk. And now we have to move to Yuda. You have any comment? And do you want to say something about? You have quite same issues with your friends, Chenzi, and how about it? You have any explanations?
Okay, sorry at first I'll speak with bahasa. Mungkin di pada bangunan cenderung lebih besar dikarenakan kita ingin mengambil lahan yang sempit agar karena isu dari pemogaan itu kan mengambil alih fungsi lahan yang banyak. Sedangkan aktivitas yang kita naungi itu juga banyak. Makanya dari hal tersebut bangunan saya cenderung besar. Namun tetap bisa menaungi seperti ruang-ruang lahan untuk area pertanian gitu. Itu saja sih. Makasih.
Okay, Mr. Adumuluk, you got what he said? Yeah.
Yes, but I think, like I said, you are trying to resolve an issue by creating another issue. You are trying to address the problem of land, lack of land. No, but when you build a huge thing like that, it becomes dense. I think you must have heard about urban slum, they call it. You have a high rise, but it's now instead of horizontal slum, it become a vertical slum where you put in a lot of people in small area. So I think this, my opinion is, it is not solving the issue that you are trying to solve.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Adumuluk, for the advice. And I can headline about when we propose the proposal, we need to think carefully, because if we take the wrong proposal or take wrong design, maybe in the short term, maybe it will be solve the problem, but in the long term, maybe we will make another problem. So we need to think twice before we design something, right? Okay, thank you for the great discussion. today for group 4. And let's move to the last group, which is the group 5. There are Idewa Putu Satria Wibawa from Muhammadiyah University and Ang Wewun from Utah, Malaysia. Time is yours.
Pomogan village has meaning derived from the word boga, which means food. In addition, po and an becomes pobogaan, which has a definition of food or food place. Pomogan village is located in the South Denpasar sub-district with an area of 971 hectares. This village has the third highest population growth rate in Denpasar, reaching 7.49%. The rapid rate of population growth and migrants is increasingly surging in this Pomogan village. Make the street vendors to small and medium food enterprise entertain this village, thus causing the impression of chaotic and unmanageable at some point in the village of this Pomogan. In addition to the number of immigrants making the need for shelter also higher, this result of a lot of green land around the village convert into semi-permanent residential building. Based on that problem, I tried to design a space with the concept of Paungan and Palemahan. Paungan and Palemahan are part of the concept of Tri Takarana in Bali. Pawangan means human relationship with the other human, and Palemahan is human relationship with their environment. The implementation of the concept of Pawangan Palemahan in design is, first, by accommodating the street vendors, is no longer interferes with the mobility of vehicle in Jalan Taman Pancing. Second, provides vertical dwelling to avoid the transfer of green land function in area that increasingly crowded by semi-permanent building. And the last implementation is using of trash trap upstream to net garbage so as not to reach downstream. In addition, there are also communal areas used for social interaction of the Pomogan people. Site is located on Jalan Taman Pancing, Pomogan Village, Denpasar. There are several aspects of consideration in choosing this site, such as first, the activity around, because the location of this site are in the Badung River, makes many residents around who use it as a place of recreation. Second, the accessibility. There is a main road that connect with the Denpasar city and Badung Regency, so the location of the site is considered easily accessible. And then potential around, there is some potential around, like many people's land that is still function as an orchard and also tubers. Of course, this can be useful for the design ladder. The site area is 1,300 square meter, is divided into two areas, which on land and on the banks of the river. The mass of the building directly vertically. The mass of the building is divided into two. The mass of the building is divided into two on the podium to facilitate the vehicle access. This is because access to the site is crowded road of vehicle, and in the tower, because in the vertical dwelling function there are two types of occupancies, such as loft or family type and studio type. With the need for a lot of space, the mass of the building is further divided into four portions that has been determined. The tower and podium are not made massively with glass or walls. There are several functions in this building, such as vertical dwelling with 49 lots with loft family type and 70 lots with studio type. A market with capacity of 52 wet market lots and 56 dry market lots. Indoor and outdoor seating food hub, urban farming area, and communal space that are used for social interaction of the Pemugan community. The application of cross-ventilation system in the building serves to maintain air quality in the room, in addition to outsmarting afternoon sunlight. Then the application of second skin in the form of polycarbonate is applied to the tower building. The use of rainwater in this building is used to water plant and urban farming area. The flow of rainwater will be flowed to the wall through the sun from the water pump back to distribute to the farming area and plants. As a public space for the Pemugan village, Pamugan has many functions that are integrated into it. The basic concept of Paungan and Palamahan seeks harmonious relation between human beings and the environment. Of course, is expected to answer various problems in the village. Of course, this is not a matter, but with careful planning and activeness of the Pemugan village, Pemugan will certainly be easily achieved.
Hello everyone, my name is Ang Wei Woon and I'm going to present my project. This project is to design an apartment and a food court which is co-living with nature and community surrounding. Project located in Taman Pancing, Pemugan. There is a river at the east side and a main road space between the site and the river. In this site, the wind flows from south to north direction. This site is surrounded by the residential area which are different villages at 4 different directions. Taman Pancing is a place where well maintained with ecosystem. There are different types of animals including bird, insect, fish and mammal. For plant, there are different types of plant including food source plant and shading plant which can find in the site are coconut tree, chili plant and mango tree. Shading plant including Chinese birthday tree, cherry tree, ketapang tree, Cambodia tree, pine tree and breadfruit tree. Taman Pancing originally are consisting of a nice scenery full with natural elements which are animal, human being, and plantation. However, as we can see from the video, too many buildings around the site and the human activities causing the waste everywhere on the river and the land, creating the issue of housing density and environmental pollution. So, for this design, the concept is based on biophilic, which using building industry to increase occupant connectivity to the natural environment through the use of direct nature, indirect nature, and space conditions. The design will apply back the essential of nature as part of design, which is water, earth, wood, and metal. Rainwater harvesting system is designed in this building. Rainwater is being collected and using to water the plant at the apartment balcony or around the building. The pond is designed in a way to reduce temperature inside the building and also help in preventing flood. Second, earth. Waste decomposer system designed in this building as to solve the waste issue surrounded or inside the river. The waste is collected from garbage bin or river, went through process and being stored to be used as the fertilizer for the plant. Next, wood and fire. There are green features at everywhere the building, and the facade of the building are using wood as material for some of the part as to attract the small animal building their habitats at the building. Fire represents using sunlight as it provides animal and plant. Lastly, metal. Building constructed using structure system. There are a main support column at the center and supported by the sub-column. The building structure mainly using metal as the structural material. This is the building space with a division of 70% building area and 30% of open spaces. 85% of apartment area and 5% of commercial court, lobby, gym, conventional hall, and roof garden. For the 30% of open spaces, there are indoor garden, small pond, parking lot, bicycle lot, and jogging track. Talking about mass transformation, a solid form is cut into 3 parts. The separates create void among the building to allow wind flow, adjustment of building height using hierarchy principle to merge with the site context. Lastly, design with principle of solid and void to create more open spaces. So, this is the master plan. From master plan, we can see that the building is surrounded by open spaces with different functions. The facilities including jogging track, bicycle track, parking lot, activity spaces. Looking at the 3D view of building, the bottom part of the building is designed as an court and followed by the apartment above the food court areas. There are also some facilities including gym and conventional hall inside this building. There are also various green spaces including indoor garden, roof garden, and also micro farm at the balcony of the apartment. Talking about the passive design of the building, in order to control the amount of heat penetrating into the interior of the building, there are green features designed at the facade of the building to provide shading. There is also the big opening to allow natural ventilation occur inside and outside the building. Now, let's look into the 3D visualization of the building. Coming from the main road, there is the parking lot at the roadside and there is the exit point at the end point of the road. Walking into the site, there is the cycle track in front of building. The building is surrounded with different types of trees which is not only provide shading but also becoming natural habitats to the small animal. Walking into the building spaces, we can directly see an open food court at the ground of the building. The other side of the building, there is a food truck area design which allows users to visit while they are jogging along the jogging track. For the building to dine in at the food court area, there's 2 floors of dining area being prepared. Moving from the food court to another building block, the lobby of the building also involving green feature into the indoor spaces. The apartment design using flexible wall which can adjust the building size from time to time following the requirement of user to solve the housing density problem. Walking out from the apartment, there is a green roof garden which can have a wide view to the surrounding. This is the overview of the building design and some of the perspective drawing, and that's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the presentation from the group 5, Idewa Putus Satya Wibawa and Ang Wewun. And let's move to the discussion sessions for the Mr. Paramaputra and Mr. Dumuluk. Time is yours.
Thank you. I think the for this group, it is very contrasting in terms of its approach from the first presenter, Dewa Putu Satria, and also Ang Wewun. Dewa Putu Satria, the approach, I mean, that's what I got from the presentation, is a little bit dark, it's a little bit like, mysterious kind of things. And the one that proposed by Ang Wewun is more like open, a lot of open space on the ground levels, allowing people to interact, eat, and also do a lot of other activities. I think that both approach is relevant and in terms of this project, and also I can see that it is more implementable compared to, for example, the earlier schemes that we saw with too conceptual. This one looks like the scale is not too big, and the activities that propose is not something which is alien from the community. Food truck, people eating, people jogging, people cycling. I think it's based on real communal activity. So I think in that sense, both proposals are very relevant, and I only wish that in terms of its program, it can be enhanced in the sense of like the earlier presenter where there are so many things that they're trying to do. When this one is more like a simplified version of the study that they have done and the way they implemented the project, which is I think an approach which a student can take as well. It's just that somehow at a certain level we feel that maybe they need to push a little bit the boundaries in terms of what else can they do on the design. I especially like the one that Ang Wei Woon proposal, because a lot of the ground floor area is being dedicated for the public to use, not being a food court, being public area, and in that way, meaning that even though this is actually a residential unit, you still get the community around your building to make full use of the facilities you provide in your building. So I think this is an example of the engagement that you have with the community, meaning that you look at the habit of the community around that area and how you can get them to be involved in your program. While the one that presented by Putu Satria, I think is a little bit mysterious kind of things. I like the form, but when I look at the section, it's a little bit like something which is very philosophical. I think it looks very heavy from the outside, but then when you look at the inside, yes, it has some sense of space. So I think that's my opinion. What do you think, Mr. Atta?
Okay, let's move to Pak Mahaputra, Pak Paramaputra. Do you have any advice for this student?
Okay, for both of the students, I think once you are given the task about co-dwelling with nature, you need to redefine what co-dwelling with nature is based on your experience and the context, the research that you have done. So, because most of the architect say, I don't care about the context. This building is for eternity, for example, like that. I think that statement is okay, yeah, in terms of your trying to find out what the best definition of co-dwelling with nature is. So I think, yeah, as an architect, we have idealism to state something out of the box, yeah, out of the blue, perhaps, but it needs a lot of research beforehand. For one of the proposal that you are showing to us, it has a similarity in terms of the form and everything, but the function is different. Maybe again, they were already put a lot of data into the proposal, which is enlighten me as an panelist, yeah, to ensure that your design is nowhere still in the boundaries. And Ang Wei Woon, there is so much more that you can do in the ground floor. Yeah, I think make it more natural in terms of the landscaping and also the dimension of the ceiling and everything. Yeah, I think for both of this proposal, it does sit comfortably on the site. So I think it's quite successful project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the advice from the lecture. So now I want to hear about the opinion from the student or the participant about the advice. The first, who gonna first? Do you want Dewa Putu Satria or Ang Wei Woon? You can do.
No.
Please.
No.
Okay, do you have anything to say?
And yeah.
I agree with the comments that sir provide me, like we can like add on our program part. Is like provide more activities on our building, because like currently the program maybe like is limited. Yeah, I think that's all.
Okay, and from Putu Satria, do you have anything to say?
First, thank you for the advice. I agree with the judge because my building, the facade is too mysterious and dark because the main area of the building I choose the brutalist architecture. Yeah, I think that's it. My opinion from the judge. Thank you.
May I ask you another question? Why brutalist?
Why brutalist architecture? Because of course in Bali, they are so minimal about the building of use the brutalist architecture. So I want to try using the brutalist concept in this building.
Can you give an example of the brutalist building in Bali?
No, I mean in Bali there is none of the brutalist architecture I found in Bali. So I try to create the building with the brutalist concept.
But usually there's a reason why there's no brutalist architecture in Bali, right?
Yeah.
Because probably it's not appropriate.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. So anyway, I applaud your attempt. However, as you can see, the final result, I feel a little bit out of place when it is put in Bali. However, maybe you can try to interpret the concept of a brutalist architecture in its philosophy rather than in its form, to suit with Balinese context. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Paramaputra can elaborate further on this one.
Sorry, which one? The
brutalist architecture. He said that he used brutalist concept for this building because there's no brutalist building in Bali. So he sort of like want to introduce the idea of a brutalist architecture in Bali. So I throw back the question saying that probably there's a reason why there's no existing brutalist architecture in Bali, because it's probably not suitable. And maybe in terms of its philosophy, can be implemented or can be used, but in terms of its physical appearance, maybe you need to adjust it a little bit to suit the context of Bali. I think that's my take into that. Have you seen any brutalist architecture in Bali, Mr. Paramaputra?
From colonial period, I think the Bang BI one, but still in modern looks. Yeah, I think the reason there is no brutalism architecture in Bali because we already has a massive natural materials, which is wood and everything. I think for the brutalism is not suitable for Bali in general. Yeah, I think I know one building, but I'm not sure is that categorized as a brutalism architecture, still colonial architecture, because it looks square, but there is no contradiction between geometry. There is still in lines. No, it's
maybe Mr. Putu Satria can enhance, can explain to us what is brutalist architecture.
Brutalist architecture is one of the modern architecture that explained in around 60th century or 70th century. That's it. That's it. I know about brutalist architecture.
What is the philosophy behind it?
Um, I think uh, I don't know the philosophy of brutalist architecture. I just follow the form of the brutalist architecture. That's it.
I think that's very dangerous. That's very dangerous when you just follow certain aesthetic principle without really understanding what it is all about. I think before you implement something in your project, you need to study about it and understand the philosophy, and also not only merely taking the physical appearance, because otherwise it become like, what do you call it, that a magazine architecture where you cut and paste things that you like, you cut and you paste it without understanding the philosophy. So I think that's my my advice to you.
Okay, thank you for the advice, Victor.
Mr. Paramaputra, do you have anything to say or enough?
I think this is the penutupan ya, closing ya.
Yes.
I know, yeah, we are still talking about the final presenter.
Okay, final presenter. Okay, yeah, for both of you, there is I think for the Stupa 6 is a good exercise, yeah, to understand the design that you are designing now is without a brief. Actually, you only had you need to face the certain condition in the context and the site you proposing the project that you have gone through this one semester. I think it's really good exercise for the next. Maybe you can enter competition or anything that can give you more knowledge about the current issue. I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parmaputra. And Mr. Muluk, do you have anything to say? Because the group 5 with the last group will present today. So for the closing discussion, maybe you want to share something. And in term, we are the lecture of the last semester. Do you have anything to say about all the students who present today, or maybe the student who watching in Zoom meeting or YouTube right now?
I think we give the chance to other people who are in the colloquium to give their voice. Maybe either from the students or the lecturer. I can see many staff from Warmadewa attending in the attendance. So maybe we can get some of their opinion and their comments on the work that have been presented by the student before we give a closing remark.
That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's see who will here. Who are here? Uh, is any lecturer here? Maybe all the lecturers here is really have another appointment, or there's another activity. So maybe we don't have any lecture free here, or student.
Maybe you can ask the for them to their opinion about the program. What do they learn from the exchange? Any things that they can say about the program?
Okay, because maybe in the audience, I cannot remember which one joined the Studio 6, but maybe we can ask again all the participants maybe one of them to know how their testimony about the programs. Okay, we have, okay, I have a target here. Sultan, can you give some opinion about the program when we have a study together with the Uttar, the joint studio in the previous studio, and how do you feel about this colloquium today? Can you share about us?
Thank you. Before about this program, I really support this program because in this program we can know about the other student knowledge about the designing of code value nature, and it gives us a lot of a new idea of a concept about the science, about the design, like how they made the design with the surrounding environment, like what they need on the side. Like I know what I need for my design, and I learn from my mistakes too. And this program gives me a lot of knowledge. And I think that's all from me. Thank you. Yeah, I really enjoy about for the sharing the other design, and give me a lot of influence to want to do more to my future design.
Is enough?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sultan. And now is from Uttar. Uttar student, I want to hear about your testimony about the programs. I choose Sophie 3. You still here?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you give some opinion? Yeah, please.
Based on after joining with the Indonesia studio, I realized there's a different of teaching method. Like because I was from Studio 4 and now I'm coming here in Studio 6. In Studio 4, in Utah, we don't actually do like preparing slide. Like we usually just we have our progress and then we come up with one presentation board, and then I have improved. I think I have improved a lot in terms of graphic. Like in this studio, we have to do a lot of graphic to present our ideas, and then I have met a lot of friends, and then I realized there's a different culture in Indonesia. Like I thought that batik was originated in Malaysia, but actually it was from Indonesia, something like that. And then I know a lot of, because it's virtual, like sometimes like I talk to my friend, like if I'm in Indonesia right now, like where's you gonna bring me? And then they introduce me some interesting place in Bali to virtually, and I get to know the famous place architecture, especially bamboo. The ibuku is very interesting. Yeah, and they got share their culture with me. Yeah, I think it's a very good experience.
Wow, that's a sweet word from Sophie Tree. Thank you so much. Yeah, for being a part of this student join studio. Yeah, and we have Mr. Mahaputra here. Mr., you to say something about the program that we already spent in the last 4 months?
Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Arta. Sorry, I was kicked out by Zoom a few minutes ago. I don't know, the internet was not so good in our campus, so I moved to another room. Well, yeah, it's been quite long journey for us all. 4 months we can say it's short, but we can say it's quite long. It depends on what we do. If we do nothing, 4 months is very long. But if we have a lot of things to do, 4 months is always not enough. And I know all of you think that 4 months is not enough. Because as we see today, Pak Abdul Muluk and Pak Gusde Parama Putra still see some holes in your works, but that's not a bad thing. That's shows that you have room for improvement. That's important. Yeah, if you have already done something that is very polished, very nice, and without any room for improvement, then you are done. Some holes means that there is some rooms for improvement. And Pak Abdul Muluk and Pak Parama Putra helps you to find where you can improve in the future. That's the comment is invaluable for your future works, I think, in terms of how to define a program, how to propose some things, and how to execute an ideas or a lot of ideas. Don't put all of good ideas on your paper. Yeah, some of you still are very ambitious. You pull everything in, boom, 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 and we are very confused. What are you making? We are asking you to build something that is in accordance with nature, that can work together, so human will not dominate the landscape. That's the main ideas, that we are living with other creatures as well. And now you are at the end of the programs, and you can now contemplate on what you have been done in these 4 months, and you now it's time for you to think about your future works with the inputs given by both Pak Abdul Muluk and Pak Arta, and what I say, that you have to find also for yourself your rooms for improvement. Yeah, find where you can improve more, where you can fulfill or achieve better goals in your future works. And I realize that working online is for us, tutor, it's also difficult. it's tough work. Yeah, working online is really tough work. Therefore, maybe hopefully this year we can send 5 to 10 Warmadewa students to UTAR to join the physical studio in Utah campus, and that will we can hope that this collaboration will result in better understanding of both the tutor and the students. And I shall congratulate all of you, not only 10 students who are presenting today, but all students who are joining us in the joint studio. Thank you, Pak Arta.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mahaputra, for your speech, for your experience. Tell us about little bit experience, how we learn together in Studio 6. And I am one of the lecturer in Stupana, and I learned a lot. I'm really appreciate all the people there, the lecturers, the student. They really have a good work along the Stupa 6. And Mr. Demuluk, do you have anything to say?
Okay, I think for closing remark, I for one find that this collaboration is very important for both of us in our internalization of our universities, especially during the pandemic time, where we have to think creatively on how to engage our students with the outside world. They've been stuck at home or in their own rooms for the past 1.5 years, doing things on their own. So I think this is like creating a small window for them to reach out to other architecture students from another country, and also understand that they are not alone in struggling to adapt with the current situation, and also maybe beside learning from each other. I think that is the most important outcome of this joint collaboration, as we can see when they presented their work just now, the different approach that the students from both university take in coming up with their idea, and but yet we can see there are some approach which is hybrid. I say like hybrid, that they are taking some like the way students in Warmadewa used to present, and some Utah student also have shown how they learn, like what Savitri mentioned, using of graphics, more graphics. Because she's from Studio 4, over here in Utah, Studio 4 usually all design are still doing manually. They work a lot. They build a lot of models, a lot of freehand sketches. So when you want to, when you involve in something virtual like this, where you have to show your work online, so you need to translate that from a physical model to graphic kind of a presentation. So I think that is the one that most of the Utah students learn now. I think using more tools of the time, like the graphic communication software, presenting using PowerPoints, and creating video. Actually, video editing is another things I can see just now, like the one that presented their work very well, using video presentation to overcome their own personal lacking in terms of coming up with the presentation. And when you present it in video, of course, you can edit, you can always add to it rather than standing live presenting it yourself. So I think these are some of the skills that both sides of the the student from both sides learn in terms of this exercise. And moving forward, I think all of us know that if let's say this pandemic is over, another pandemic or another variant will be coming out, so we need to be prepared. And I think since we have the improved the basic of communicating online like this, maybe this is the trend of the future, that you need to now it's not board presentation, but more like video presentation, when you need to present your work or your design work to a bigger kind of audience, as compared to what conventionally we used to print it on board and pasted it on the on a wall or something for people to look at your drawing. But now, since we are presenting in like 3,000 kilometers away to their lecturer in Bali or to their lecturer in Kuala Lumpur, so they need to find more effective communication tools for them to use. In this case, it's a video presentation. So I think in the future, I can see that architecture student is not only equip themselves with the skills of the conventional like sketching and using pencils and pen to sketch, but they also need to know how to manipulate technology. For example, like storing information for them to share, like the Google Drive concept. When everybody upload their work in the Google Drive, and then they can cross-learn from each other by looking at their friends' work in that virtual collections of student works. Or they can use YouTube video as a reference for their design. When like Warmadewa has a channel, a YouTube channel, for them to refer to previous students' work. So these are actually new things that the student can equip themselves with, like video making skills, for example, and then in a way they can improve their vocabulary also. That is also another things that I saw a lot today. Usually, conventionally, like maybe even 2 years ago, it is very rare for you to see student ability to explain the development of their form using architectural languages. Usually they just show some sketch models or something to us without having in-depth understanding of the evolutions of the forms, and some urban, even some using some urban design terms when it's explained about their site analysis, which is all, I think, very good. And the positive side, and then another thing to look forward to, I think now the situation has improved, like Mr. Mahaputra mentioned about plan to send students from Walmadewa to Kuala Lumpur. We are also hoping that in our October semester, maybe we can send some of our students to Bali to reciprocate your sending your students here. So then we can have a real meaning of collaboration. I think yesterday also we talked about not only student exchange, we talked about lecturer exchange. We were hoping that maybe Walmadewa can send one of their brilliant lecturer to be stationed in Utah for one semester, maybe some experts in bamboo construction. So you can teach our students how to design using bamboo. And I mean, I'm just giving an example. Maybe there are a lot of other experts in Walmadewa that can be sent in Utah, and our student can benefit from the exchange. And also we also can station some of our young lecturer. That's the keywords, young lecturer. So Mr. Mangde cannot, you have to send some young lecturer to Utah, and we also will send our young lecturer to Bali, maybe to learn about, since Walmadewa expert is in tourism architecture, maybe we can learn something from that aspect as well. So these are the things that I can look forward in the future. And for our students, the friendship that they have developed with their Stupa 6 studio mates should not stop here. They should nurture the relationship, either follow each other Instagram or Facebook or other social media things to keep them abreast. And you never know, in the future you may come across each other again, because the world has becoming smaller. Probably if you're attached with a company who had a project in Bali of for Balinese student, maybe they will be attached to an international company which has an operation in Malaysia. I mean, the possibility is so big. And also for those who are interested to pursue their knowledge in architecture to more academic level, maybe they can start looking at a joint research that they can do together for student in Bali and also for student in Utah. Because I think when they move to their master levels, they may want to start looking for the research topic. So these are actually another area that they can look at the way of collaborating with another students from another country. So I can see a lot of potential engagement and potential things that we can do together. And I hope the student is excited as myself and Mr. Mangde in terms of this continue relationship that we have between Utah and Walmadewa. So I think that's all. I think probably Mr. Tan, our head of department, will come in at around 12 o'clock. So we will try to get his input also in this colloquium. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muluk. And it's really interesting to topic and discussion in this afternoon. Thank you so much, especially for the facilitator, which is the lecture of Utar and Warmadewa, who give a lot of advice for all the students. And for we are from the committee from Warmadewa, will give Mr. Muluk and Mr. Paramaputra a certificate of appreciation. Yeah, the committee will give the certificate because the facilitator will really helpful for the student to make the better design in the stupa or in the futures. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you so much again from Mr. Adumuluk and Mr. Paramaputra. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr.
Tan.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Last
And
statement
now
from
we
Mr.
have, now we have Mr. Tan, the head of Assistant Program of UTAR. I see here, Mr. Tan. Can you give
Okay.
a closing speech a little bit in
All
this
right.
afternoon? Okay, thank you. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for MC, and thank you very much for having me. It is my pleasure to actually join these student colloquiums. This is actually the second time that we have since last year. We also have the same. And as you can see that because I was actually engaged in a meeting, but I have still a bit of peeps on a few projects that the students have presented. I think they are wonderful, and they are the developments, the design was fantastic. I can see that there are a lot of great improvements, okay, on students' works. So I actually appreciate Wamadewa actually giving our student this opportunity to join in your studio. And for last year, we also have 15 students from Wamadewa to joining us for our studio project. So I think this is actually a good effort that we actually collaborate, okay, and we can actually have learning, give students more platforms to explore, to exchange their idea, and I think that this is actually beneficial for both university. And for last January, we actually have our accreditations from our Lembaga Architect Malaysia, and the comment actually given by a panel is our student design was very mature, and they actually commented we are very ambitious, but we can see that our students they have that capability to handle a big project, and I found that this is actually something that we should continue. Okay, it's not we actually do pressure our students to do great thing, but I think their capability, they are able to handle such complex design and all the project they were given. So I hope that this year we can see physical movement, that we also welcome the student from Wamadewa to join us physically. Yesterday we actually have a meeting, so we are actually arranging. And we also want to send our students over to Wamadewa for short-term attachments. So
Mr. Tan, your screen is frozen.
So I thank all of you, the students, for the great success of these student colloquiums. And we hope that somewhere or in this year or in future, we can meet each other physically, that we can actually, celebrate together for the success, the design and the project that you all have put in. So once again, thank you. And may all of you stay healthy and be blessed for the entire year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tan, for the closing speech. And what he already said, that we hope that Warmadewa and Utar always have a good relationship, both of them, and in the future we can meet.
Yes.
And maybe this year we can have a physical change
Yeah.
to the
Yes.
Malaysia, and maybe one of you who watching right now, one of you, we will send maybe 5 or 10 students to Malaysia, and maybe
Yes.
one of you here watching today, and yeah, we will waiting the good news what will happen in this year, and see you,
Yes.
and nice yeah, see you in the Malaysia. Yeah. Okay, and that okay, that was the student colloquium 2022 Universitas Warmadewa Indonesia in collaboration with UTA University Tunku Abdul Rahmat Malaysia in under the theme co-dwelling with the natures. Yeah, and before I close the event, is there is anything want to say from the lecture or anything else?
Maybe we can take one
Or
group
is it
photograph.
enough?
We can ask the student to
Yeah.
switch on the camera and we can have a group photograph.
Okay. Okay. The committee, can you help me to screenshot the screen to take a picture? So inform you all to turn on the camera because we will take the pictures. And of course, for all of you who join this student colloquium, even student, lectures, or anyone who come here, please join the online attendance that we already share in chat box. Okay? And all of you will get a certificate. Okay, let's move to the screen capture. Take a picture. Okay, I will count down. Committee, it's okay. Okay, okay. I will count down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Thank you.
If nothing to say again, and I want to say for the closing is hopefully this event will be beneficial for us. I hope the similar event will be held again next semester with the new theme, new issue, and of course new participant for around the world. Yeah, I hope so. I do apologize if there were any mistake when I host the event. And thank you for your attention, for the lecture, for the student, and for all the people who watching this Student Colloquium 2022. And see you at the next colloquium. Stay healthy and goodbye. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind when I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us, building them castles in the sky, just the I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you, just the two